All right, cool. We are live. Let me go ahead and get this link out to people on my Discord so that, well, not my Discord, but the Discord of the readathon that I was involved in. That's the one. Oh, I gotta go to my channel first. There we go. That's what I want. There we go. There we go. Hi. Okay, that's what I want. Okay. Okie dokie. And then we're gonna post it here. Saturday night sprints. Yay. Hi. Hello. Hi, princess. How are you? I'm in a really good mood. It's been a good day today, and I'm all made up. Ding! I'm in a very goofy mood. And no, I have not been drinking before anybody asks. Not yet, anyway. I'm working on finishing my boba, and then we will get into some wine. So, it's been a good day. I'm so happy. I'm in a good mood. And there's an Oscar currently below my feet, but he's currently napping, so I don't want to disturb him. So, sucks. But hopefully you guys will see him later. All right, cool. All right, so today we are going to be doing reading sprints like we do. About to him with husband? Hang with your husband? Or game? I'm going to assume game because y'all are gamers. Okay. Yeah, then I'll be reading. Okay, so yeah, you're going to be gaming with him. Fun. Film. Got it. Okay. Yeah, because you guys are going to be probably doing your next video game thing with him, which I'm super excited for. I can't wait. Hi, Destiny. Ooh, Crystal live sale and your wallet really cannot afford that. Oh, God. Yeah, I was actually out shopping today. I did not break my book buying ban. I managed to skate through without doing that, but I did get quite a few things while I was out. I can't really show all of it right now just because it's all somewhere else in the house and I don't want to have to go searching for it. But I did get, I went to Five Below, which is, I don't know if a lot of you guys know what that is, but basically it's like, it's kind of like a dollar store, but it's more so for like kids in some ways. But like, there's some really cool like artsy stuff there that I like to go find. Excuse me. I found some LED strip light thingamabobs, and I grabbed a few of those so that I could put them in my library upstairs because I need to like clean that space up. And I also got a small like 4-cube bookshelf looking thing, similar to like the bookshelves I have upstairs, except it's only like 4 cubes. And if you've watched, I think I showed it in like one of my vlogs like a few weeks ago after I had finished building it, but I had one that I bought a few weeks ago that I used to put my makeup and stuff on. And I got another one today because I want to get my altar stuff set up, all of my like my witchy stuff put on it so that like it's off the floor, because currently like it's kind of sitting like all over on the floor and everything because I didn't have like a lot of like bookshelf space to put them on. And Oscar has managed to figure out how to get upstairs, which is good. Like we want him to be able to go up the stairs in our house, and he's found out that he can go downstairs, which is really good too, because he was really scared for a while about trying to go down the stairs, but he's managed. So because he's able to go up there, I would like to be able to take him upstairs with me sometimes when I'm going to be in the library for like an extended period of time. And I know because like he is my shadow, he will follow me. So even if I don't intend for him to be up there, he's going to get himself up there. So I would like for like all my herbs and stuff that I use for my spell work to be off the floor so he doesn't accidentally get into any of it, stuff like that. So probably going to be working on that sometime this coming week. So that should hopefully be taken care of, and then I can make sure that he comes and hangs out up there with me. So yay. So Anyway, hope you guys have had a pretty good week. My week was kind of weird. I think that I'm finally at a point where I'm used to having Oscar. So like my schedule has been getting kind of better. I'm starting to figure out, how I can do stuff around him. Also, if you happen to follow me on TikTok or my Instagram, you will have seen all of like the daily stuff I've been doing so far. I've been basically reposting my TikTok to my Instagram because it's the easiest way for me to do that. And I'm just posting them as reels. I know, I'm so excited he's mastering the stairs. And what's really, really awful about it though is that, the stairs are so steep. So that's why I was so worried about him trying to figure out how to do the stairs, because like it's a pretty steep incline and it's a narrow stairway even for humans. And so I was really worried, especially about him going down the stairs, of him tripping and hurting himself and falling, because I've fallen down those stairs at least twice since we moved in here, and it's not fun. So he surprised me though. Like earlier today, I kid you not, earlier today, I went upstairs to grab my makeup because I was doing my makeup today, and I saw that he came up with me, which was not abnormal. He's been able to get up the stairs really easily. Like he's figured that out pretty quick. So I wasn't worried about that, but normally in order for him to get down, I have to kind of coax him there. I turn around and he's gone, and he's not up anywhere in the top floor. So I go to look down the stairs. He's just chilling on the landing down the stairs, went down there all by himself without me having to help him. So I'm like, dude, like that's awesome. That's super exciting. Because like I was really nervous about like him trying to do that on his own, but I didn't hear any crashing or tumbling or nothing, and he seemed to be fine. So I think he did a good job. So yeah. But yeah, I think I'm finally getting used to his schedule in terms of like when he gets up. I'm getting used to having to have so much energy with him. And it's just all been an adjustment. So I think now that we've had it for about 3 weeks as of today. So I think I'm finally getting to where I can kind of bounce back from a lot of the lack of energy I had been having for the last like couple of weeks because of getting used to him. And, he is so stinking smart, you guys. Like, this is the smartest dog I've ever met. Like, he is very, very aware of his surroundings, and he's just learning super quick where things are, when things happen. He knows where his food is. He knows some tricks already that he's got pretty down pat. He knows how to get our attention, to be able to go outside or whatever. Like, he's the best. And then anytime that like I'm in here, like he knows if I'm in here, I'm doing something and I need to be at the computer for some kind of amount of time because either I'm sitting up here working or whatever, he sleeps down at my feet the whole time pretty much. And normally when I'm like streaming on Twitch or something, my husband has him out there, but he likes to be in here. He doesn't care how loud I am. I seriously was just singing my head off before I started the sprints because I was just in a mood to where I wanted to sing to some music, and he slept through the whole thing. He didn't care. So this dog, you guys, he's just nuts. I love him so much. I'm so excited to have him. I know, he just loves hanging out with me. And like that's the thing, is I think that he's kind of like made it where I'm his person. Like I'm the one he is connected with the most, but that's because he spends so much time with me because my husband has to leave the house to go to work every day. And I stay home to work. So he's obviously created a bond with me because, I spend all this time with him, but he still loves my husband just as much. It's just he definitely sees me as comfort. He has basically latched himself to me because I am mom. I am the comfort. I am the one who is going to snuggle him. I am the one who is going to make sure he's safe, that kind of thing. So that's what I wanted. And that's one of the reasons I wanted a dog, because I wanted that kind of companionship that I could build with something with like a dog his size, basically. So I'm super happy. He's a good boy. He's a very good boy, and he's currently dreaming. Him's twitching a little bit. He's chasing bunnies, I think. So yeah, so that's how things have been so far. It's like I said, it's been an adjustment, but we're getting there. We're having a good time. Now, I do want to get us started with reading sprints. So for everybody that's here, let me know what you guys are reading today. As you can see, I have the title of what I'm reading currently, but if you're not sure what it is, this is the final book in the Vampire Academy series. Now, if you have been following at all what I post on my channel, you would know that I am in a reread/finish series of the Vampire Academy series because I read the first 3 books, I want to say either very late high school or early college. And I never continued with the series. I don't know why. I just think I got so enwrapped in other books that I totally forgot about it and the fact that I never finished the series. So finally, at the end of this one, there will be a review for this here sometime by the end of the month. This is a chunker, though. Like, this book is nearly 600 pages and is the biggest book in the entire series. And so far, I am almost a quarter of the way through it. So, and I'm listening to the audiobook with it, and for this, because the book is so easy to read, like the language is really easy to fly through by itself physically, I have the audiobook going at 3 times speed. So it's not too fast for me. I know there's some people who are like, why are you listening to something on 3 times speed? It's because to me, the writing is very easy to fly through, and I like listening to the audiobooks while reading physically because it's more immersive. And yes, it's fast, but it's not bad for me. Like, I'm kind of used to it by this point to where, like, it's fine. Destiny, you're still working on The Stand. About 300 pages left. Yay! Oh my gosh. I am so excited for you to finish that. And then, like, get to other stuff that's involved with certain character. If you read The Dark Tower, oh boy, it's fun times. It's fun times. Actually, that's a funny thing too, is after this, I get done with this one, I'm going to be working on King's book that he did with with Peter Straub. Slow it down, Gab. I'll be working on one of the books he worked on with Peter Straub, The Talisman, which I think it's a part of a duology. So I'll be reading The Talisman, and I think the second book, I want to say is Black House. I don't remember. Don't quote me on that. But I do know it's like a mystery thriller with possibly some fantastical or sci-fi-ish elements. I don't remember. But I'll be working on that after I finish this one. So that's going to be fun. So yeah, that is my plan for today. I don't think I'm going to finish this today by any means during these sprints, but I'm going to try to get through a good chunk of it, especially since the audiobook's on 3 times speed. I think I'll at least get halfway through it. That's my thought. Yeah, so you know what? I'm actually going to look it up because now I'm not even certain myself what the heck it's about, because all I know is it's some kind of mystery thriller of some kind. So let me look it up real quick just because I would like to know myself. Yeah, okay, so Black House is the second book in that duology. So I was right about that, which is good, because I had Black House before, not knowing that it was the second book in a duology, and then I got The Talisman. So because I know The Talisman is basically supposed to be one chunk of this character's life, and then Black House is supposed to be like so many years after the events of The Talisman. So it basically says on Goodreads, I'll show it to you right here. So the only collaborations I've read have been the ones with his sons. I have not got to that point yet. I am working on his works chronologically by publication, and series I read back to back. So like this, I'll read The Talisman and then Black House. And this is the first one he's done chronologically that has been with somebody else. I think I'm still in like the era of the 80s. Like I think I'm at the mid 80s by this point. The last one I read was Cycle of the Werewolf, which was a novella. And I think that was published in 85, I want to say. Yeah, because this one won the Locus Award for Best Fantasy Novel in 1985. So, yeah, so here is The Talisman. Basically, on a brisk summer autumn day, 12-year-old boy stands on the shores of the gray Atlantic near a silent amusement park and a fading ocean resort called the Alhambra. The past has driven Jack Sawyer here, his father gone, his mother dying, and the world no longer makes sense. But for Jack, everything is about to change, for he has been chosen to make a journey back across America and into another realm. So here's the sci-fi. I knew there was something about sci-fi within this. One of the most influential and heralded works of fantasy ever written. Okay, so it's technically fantasy. The Talisman is an extraordinary novel of loyalty, awakening, terror, and mystery. Jack Sawyer, on a desperate quest to save his mother's life, must search for a prize across an epic landscape of innocence and monsters, of incredible dangers and even more incredible truths. The prize is essential, but the journey means even more. Let the quest begin. So yeah, I knew there was something very sci-fi-esque with it, like, or fantasy, something like that. So excited to read that because I really like a lot of what these epic kind of journeys Stephen King takes people on. If you've read the Dark Tower series, like that's one of the most epic journeys ever. So, and it was amazing. I loved every second of it. It was so good. Want to go back and read them like that? It'll mean rereading a lot, but I don't mind. Yeah, and see, that was my thing too. So before I started that or the series I was doing of it, I had already read like a handful of his books. I had read Hearts of Atlantis, Desperation, Carrie, and that actually might have been it. That might have been the only ones I read of his, was those three. But I was really interested. Oh, and then I did read about half of Insomnia before I DNF'd it because I was very confused. But a lot of that one basically though is because it involves so much with the Dark Tower that you had to have like basically read the Dark Tower before reading Insomnia. Like there's a lot involved in that one that I was just not 100% clear on. So I DNF'd that one, but I will be going back to it eventually. Actually, fairly soon, I think. Like it can't be much longer before I get back to that one. But I will say it is a long process. There are so many books that this man has put out over the course of his career. And I definitely recommend reading the series, like the books that are parts of series or duologies or whatever, like all in one fell swoop, because I think that gives you a really good indication, for one, about like a long-standing series like The Dark Tower, how his writing has developed. But two, if you especially read something like The Shining and then you read Dr. Sleep, which came out much more recently, like in 2011, I think, whereas The Shining came out in like the 70s, that is where you really see the juxtaposition in terms of like his writing, like how different it is. Like Dr. Sleep is one of my top 5 favorite books of all time by Stephen King, purely because it was so good compared to The Shining, which I really did not like The Shining very much. I gave it like a 3-star. It was fine, but I felt like I just hated the writing of it so much. But Dr. Sleep was like leaps and bounds ahead of that. And I just loved the story of Danny as an adult. I loved seeing his life and how it kind of like panned out, and how a lot of the things you learned about him in The Shining really came to fruition in Dr. Sleep. Because even though there was like a 40-year gap between the stories, it truly felt like this had been something Stephen had been ruminating on for years until he could just get the story just right. You know what I mean? So anyway, all right. So I've been talking for a long time. I'm now going on 20 minutes into this reading sprints time, and I haven't even started a reading sprint. Let's change that, shall we? So I do want to ask, reread The Shining before reading Dr. Sleep, and it was crazy. Oh my gosh. It was just like night and day, dude. It was night and freaking day, the change in like the writing. Like that is like the most perfect example I could give anybody to show, like, if you don't like his older work, that his newer work is going to be so much better for you, because the writing by itself is just so different. And granted, a lot of it's probably because of the fact that the man, by the time he was in this era, like during The Shining and stuff, was hopped up on drugs beyond belief. But his newer stuff, you can see that it's like the writing by itself is better. While maybe the stories aren't that necessarily that better, the writing is better. And I appreciate that so much. Okay, so I do want to ask you guys, so I have some lo-fi playlists or some lo-fi videos through YouTube that I can play in the background. I don't know if that would be distracting for you guys. I know on Twitch I play music usually, and I don't get anyone telling me that it's like a distraction of any kind. So if you guys would like, I can play lo-fi music in the background to kind of just give us a nice ambience, that's the way you want to say it, ambient environment. And then we'll have the timers going alongside. You know, I can like basically have a timer going, but then, you know, have a full screen of the lo-fi image whatever you guys want me to do with that. Like, just tell me what you guys want me to do with that, and we'll do it. If you guys don't want the lo-fi music at all, that's fine as well. I just thought it might be something a little different this time. So, all right. Well, I guess let's go ahead and now also roll while you guys are letting me know what you want with that. So I'm going to get my D4 out of here that I use for my Twitch streams when I do productivity sprints. Also, if you guys don't know, on my Twitch, if it's not linked in any of my descriptions of my videos, seriously, just look up The Curious Owl on Twitch. There I am, super easy. I do productivity streams sometimes. I've been doing them recently more so because I haven't had anything I wanted to play in terms of like The Sims 4. So I will be doing them probably more often, again, when I get through some stuff with The Sims 4. So if you're interested in that, either with The Sims 4 or the productivity streams, feel free to come check it out. It's super easy. Instead of using the D12 for those, I use a D4 just to give everybody like shorter, more Pomodoro style sprints. Okay, so Destiny, a little ambient noise is always great. Okay, so I'll figure out how to make that look. But let's go ahead and roll, and we'll start at 8:25 or at the 25-minute mark. All right, let's see. First sprint, we're gonna go less than 30 minutes, but no more than, or less than 30 minutes, but no less than 5. We'll do that. That's a 10. We're not doing that. There we go. Okay, so we landed on a 5 that time. So we're going to do a nice, easy 25-minute sprint to warm up. So first of all, let me find the timer I want to use, because this one has like a little beeping at the end of it to let us know that it's done. And then, itch on my leg, I'm going to full screen that. And we're going to do this. No, we're going to do that. There we go. That's what I want. So this is cute. This is one of the ones I have in my Watch Later playlist because I like this a lot. It's just nice little wintry, almost kind of autumn, little cozy vibes kind of a deal. So yeah, we got that. Start in a couple of minutes. I'm going to really quick go get a glass of wine because I'm almost done with this. So I'm going to have something nice to drink. And we'll get started when I get back. Okay. I love boba so much. All right, I'll be right back. All right, the wine has been grabbed and the Mr. Oscar is awake. Hold on. I'll show you guys. Oscar, come here, baby. He's a little grumpy because he just woke up from a nap because Mom just woke him up. Come here, sweet boy. Come here, baby. Hi. Oh, goodness. Wow. There he is. There's my little man. Say hi to everybody. Say hi. It's a Mr. Oscar. Hello. Say hi. Can you say hi, everybody? Oh, a sleepy boy. Oh, big yawn. It's a good boy. He is super snuggly, aren't you? I know. He is so stinking cute. He is so big now. Like, he's grown twice this size in the last couple of weeks. It's ridiculous. Ouch. I now have proof of how much he chomps me. That was rude. That was so rude. You did not need to do that. Are you gonna stay here or are you gonna leave? You guys? He never does this. He doesn't like staying up here in the chair with me. Sweet boy. Oh, Picyon. All right, let's get started. So we're gonna do our 25-minute sprint here. Everybody enjoy. We're not gonna use that one. We're gonna do this one. There we go. Okay, 25 minutes of reading. Have fun, everybody. Oh, actually, you know what? I need to get the timer over here because otherwise y'all are only going to be able to see this. So yeah. All right, 25 minutes. Everybody have fun. Go. Let me know if this is too loud. I think I could lower the volume on it. Otherwise, you might have to use your own volume to lower it. Sorry. Okay, guys, that is it for that first sprint. Hope you did well. I think I got through like almost 30 pages, something like that. Something, I think close to that. Adri, hello. Not reading tonight because I have to make 8 more crochet bunnies before the end of the day tomorrow. Yeah, definitely get that done. Hopefully this will help you at least get that taken care of, because good Lord, we're making a ton of those bunnies. All right, so good job, everybody. How'd you do that time? How did we do with sprinting? Like I said, I think I got through like 30 pages almost, something like that. My skin is all itchy because I gotta take my makeup off, but I don't want to take it off at the same time. And got my glass of wine. I did open the door because Oscar was getting kind of antsy, so he actually ended up going out to the living room with my husband, which fine, that's fine. Yay, finished filming! Woohoo! Fun. Scrubbed my tub, baby played with bathtub crayons, but now settled in to read. Yay! Productivity sprints, 15 done, 7 to go. Woo! You're gonna get them done by the end of the night, I know it. So, yay! Yay, yay, yay. Everybody's doing a good job. All right, cool. So, we'll probably get started here in a couple minutes. So let's go ahead and do our next roll just super quick so I know what I need to grab for a timer. Okay, so that time we rolled a 6. There we go, 6. So slightly longer one this next round, but 30 minutes of sprinting. Let me pull that up for us so that it's ready to go. All right, cool. So yeah, that's kind of what we're going to be doing today, just doing a lot of reading stuff. My hope is, okay, Robert just asked me to close the door a little bit, so I'm going to go do that. One moment. Okay, there we go. All right, so for those of you that are joining in and don't know what I'm reading, I have it listed down here, but I am working on the final book in the Vampire Academy series, Last Sacrifice. Currently on page 178 is this chunky book. This is like almost 600 pages, so I'm almost a third of the way through it. I think I'm like 29% through currently. I still have like 12 and a half hours of the audiobook, it looks like, from my Libby app. So yeah, pretty excited to finally finish this series. Okay, so I got a quick question for everybody that I'd like to see the answer for before we go through the next sprint, and then I think we'll talk a little bit about it after the sprint. How many people actually really liked the Vampire Academy series if you've read it? If you've read the series, even if it's been like a while ago, how did you feel when you read it? Because I'm actually somebody who may have an unpopular opinion when it comes to the series. I have greatly enjoyed it throughout my time reading it. So everybody, let me know what you guys thought about it. And we'll talk about that after this next sprint. So let's go ahead and get started here real quick. Here we go. All right, everybody. We'll do 30 minutes, so come back around the 25-minute mark and see you guys then. Okay, folks, 30-minute sprint is done. I took all my makeup off because my face was itching so bad during that sprint, so I had to take it off. Oh, my skin feels so much better. Okay, so in terms of the question I posed to everybody, when it comes to Vampire Academy, Adri says she really likes it when she read it in high school. She hasn't read them since about 2014, which I feel like is a lot of people's ideas, but I don't know. For some reason, when I think about Vampire Academy, I feel like a lot of people say it was, at least the first book, was really like juvenile in a lot of ways, which I think in some ways I can agree, but overall, I really, really like this series. It's actually a lot better than what I remember it being. Like the writing is really simple, don't get me wrong, and it's very easy to fly through, and it's very YA, from like the 2010s, but I don't know. Like I feel like especially the further you get in the series, the better the story gets and the more I really like Rose, the main character. Like I really just feel like especially now in this book find the story to have gone so well. Like I'm genuinely surprised that I feel like the plot of the overall series has like gone as well as it has because I feel like there would have been at least one point where something wouldn't have made sense or something that came up seemed to be out of left field. And while some things were definitely surprising, they were all things that kind of are leading back to what happens in the first book in a lot of ways, like things that were brought up in the first book. So Destiny read 16 pages at the part where the dog Glenn left behind shows up in Boulder. Oh, I love that so much. Oh my gosh, girl, you got some stuff to go through. You got some stuff to go through. I'm going to warn you, there's going to be some pretty sad portions toward the end. That's all I will say. That's all I will say. Wow. Also, Destiny, don't know if you know this, because I did not know this until like after I finished the book. There are two versions of the TV show for The Stand. There is one that was made in the 90s. It was kind of like a mini series, and there's 4 episodes with Gary Sinise as Stu Redman, which I think was a really good casting choice. Also, Rob Lowe as Nick. I can't remember the actor's name for the life of me, but the guy that plays Patrick Star, that voices him from SpongeBob, he plays Tom Cullen. So there's that. And then there is also a newer TV series that was done, I think in 2020. It was released in like December of 2020 with James Marsden as Stu and Alexander Skarsgård as Randall Flagg. You might want to check those out. I'm just going to say the 90s miniseries was really well done. They definitely changed some things in terms of some characters that were involved in the book that I was a little hesitant to like, but ended up actually being okay with because for the most part, they were characters that didn't necessarily like do anything. So, but the new series I've not watched, but I've heard is really, really good. Haven't watched it either, but I started reading it just to watch the new one. I have a huge crush on Skarsgård. Oh, girl, you and me both. You and me both. Older one sounds super well casted. Yeah. Also, I think in the new show, Whoopi Goldberg is supposed to be playing Mother Abigail, which I don't know, like how well she does with that. But the woman they picked at the time for the first, like when they first did the series, was really well done. And Stephen King makes a cameo. He plays a doctor character in the miniseries. Very random character, but their lines, like, they're very, like, from the book. Like, it's like a certain set of lines where, like, it's very obvious it was taken from the book and they gave that role to Stephen King. So, yeah, he's in there. And he's got just a very small part, but he's in there for like at least a good 5 minutes. It's pretty cool. So yeah, definitely want to watch eventually the new TV show, but it's kind of one of those things where, like, I think I've talked about it before, where I just don't know why it's so hard for me to watch new things that, like, I'm especially super excited for. I think that there's, like, a fear of disappointment, and it kind of really keeps me from doing it. Plus, there's a lot of brain power that gets involved in having to watch something new. So I don't know. I feel like I'm making excuses, truthfully. Like, I should, like, be going and watching stuff that I actually want to watch because I'm excited for it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I don't know. All right, so we'll start the next sprint here at about 35. So we got about 4 minutes. So everybody take a quick break and go do what you need to do. This wine is really yummy. I love his cameos. My favorite is him as the pizza man in Rose Red. I have not read that or seen that yet. I understand that too. I rewatch much more than I venture out. See, and, like, I know that it's not, like, as big of a deal to, like, rewatch things over and over again. Like, I mean, my husband and I both are very guilty of it, because there's something to be said, I think, that, like, at the end of the day, when you just kind of want to chill out, just watching something that's kind of, like, in a sense, mindless, where, like, it's either something you've watched several times and really enjoy so that you can turn your mind off to it, or watching something that doesn't require a lot of attention, like a YouTube video. Like, I can watch YouTube videos from my favorite people, like, that are new, like, nobody's business, because it doesn't require me to have a lot of brain power to listen to them, especially, like, when I'm working. You know, they're kind of just background noise. But, like, currently he's rewatching Lost for, like, the upteenth millionth time, because it's one of his comfort shows. And then his ultimate comfort show has been the show Weeds. And, you know, any chance he would get, we would watch it, because it's a pretty decent show. It's something that he really enjoys, and it provided a nice way for him to relax after working. And for me, that is right now watching Survivor. I just continued my watch of season 9 that I'm on right now. But, like, I will watch and rewatch the 2 Mummy movies that I love, because they are my comfort movies. They are things that make me feel better at the end of the day. Or, like I said, I'll watch something like YouTube, stuff on YouTube, because it doesn't always require a lot of mental brain power, because, like, by the end of the day, I'm, like, exhausted, and so I don't have to pay attention to it. And I can usually do other things too while that's just on in the background for noise. And, like, these lo-fi things that I put on while I read, because they also are very helpful with at least just filling in the noise that I need. Like, I hate being in a silent home. I just can't do it. Oh, Breaking Bad's another one. We actually, not that long ago, started rewatching Breaking Bad, because, again, it was a comfort show for a little while. Supernatural, though, like, we love Supernatural. And I had not seen past, like, I think maybe season 2 a long time ago. That's like one of the shows I need to finish, because I never finished it. And, like, I really, really liked it a lot. Like, I loved it. But I never got around to doing it. It's just, like, one of those shows I need to finish. But, again, when am I going to have the brain power to sit and watch that fully? Maybe if I didn't have a full-time job, I'd have more brain space to fill in that story, but because, good Lord, 15 seasons. That's nuts. That is nutsy. I mean, I'm glad, honestly, I am glad that show did end up going as long as it did, because it seemed like they had room to play with the storyline, and people were just eating it up. I mean, you could say the same thing for, like, any TV series that's got, like, a good fan base, like Doctor Who. They have unending amount of story and seasons, and you bring in the new doctors, and it, like, changes the whole story in some ways. Like, I enjoy that a lot. Excuse me, sir, what are you doing? Oscar literally chased his tail so much he ran into the door, and then the door hit the door stopper, and it scared him. Are you okay, Mama? Are you all right? Now he's sitting and looking at me like, Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. Baba, come here. Come here, my love. Hold on. Oscar, come here. Come here. Come here, baby. Come here, because you really hesitant about that for a second. What's up? What's up, little man? You gonna get your wolf? Yep, you're gonna get your wolf and see you. Bye. Bye, Mom. He's a dork, but I love him. All right, so let's go ahead and get our next roll going. It is 35. So let's see what we end up getting today for this next one. Okay, so a little bit of a shorter one. We got a 4 that time. Ah! Holy crap, lost my dice. Sorry, headphones users. I apologize profusely. We got a 4 that time. And so we're going to have a 20-minute sprint this time. Oscar James, what are you doing? He's hitting walls and hitting doors. He's going bananas. It is Zoomy time, apparently, according to him. So we're going to do a 20-minute sprint this time. Just going to be nice. A little shorter, like I said, than the last one, but it'll do. So everybody, get your book, get your stuff, and let's do 20 minutes of reading. Go. Okay, guys, that was 20 minutes. Yay. Good job. Okay. I am now 41% of the way through Last Sacrifice, and I'm like super into this. Like, oh my gosh, this is going so well. Okay. Oh, goodness. So we are about 2 hours into sprints. We're going to start at the top of the hour. So we've got about 3 minutes. Hope you guys are doing so well with your February reading. I have a vlog that should come out sometime this week about the Wheel of D20 books I did if you watched my February TBR video. And this is kicking off like the other important reads I had this month that weren't part of that Wheel of D20 set. So I haven't got to any of the other books I had wanted to this month so far, but we're only almost halfway through the month, so I should hopefully get some time to get through some of them. I think after this one, like I said, I'm going to get through the Talisman, and then I have a couple more books I have in mind, and I'm hoping to at least get one of the books I had on my extended TBR like started. I want to start it maybe tomorrow and kind of like work through a couple books at a time, but I don't know how that's going to work out exactly. At this point, it may be that I focus on this, like, or what my main read is during like my work day, and one of my other books I had planned that were either of authors of color or romance books as like my evening read. You know, like I read it like after I finish dinner and like before I go to bed kind of thing, or like something I read. If I decide to do like a reading or productivity sprint on stream, like on Twitch or something, like that would be what I would pick, you know, something like that. I'm going to figure that out, I think, tomorrow. And then that way I can at least get through some of those books, because I really wanted this month to like get through some authors of color. So, okay, bye, Adri. Have fun at D&D. That's always fun. Have fun. Good luck with your rolls. Bye. So, yeah. Anybody else, by the way, have like weird pressure headaches going on? This whole week I've been dealing with like my allergies going like crazy because of the fact that here in Michigan for like 2-3 days, something like that, we had like super warm temperatures for this month, like upwards of like 40 degrees. And then today it's like 20 degrees. So I'm just like, my head feels like this side is starting to feel like it's in a vice grip a little bit, like it's being clamped down and I can't get it to stop. But like my nose has been stuffy. I've been coughing like crazy because my nose is stuffy and like all kinds of nasty allergy stuff. So not fun. But I don't know if anybody else out here in the Midwest has been dealing with those temperature changes, because Michigan does not like anything. It can't stick to one season ever. It's very annoying. All right, top of the hour has arrived. Let us do our next roll for the next sprint. Let's see what we end up getting. Okay, so longest one we've had so far tonight. We rolled a 7 that time. So we're gonna do a 35-minute sprint this time. Be nice, good one. And then, oops, that's the wrong thing. I did not want to do that. I clicked on something else other than what I actually wanted. Okay, here we go. There's that one. All right, folks, here we go. I think that by the end of sprints today, I'm going to be able to get halfway through this book, which would be awesome. That would be great. Hi, welcome. I'm so happy to see you. Thrifty, I'm so happy to see you. Hello. So we'll be streaming for another couple hours. Ooh, first impressions. Okay, I don't know who that is by, but I hope you're enjoying it. That must mean you finished Legendborn, which I hope that continued to do well for you. I'm currently working on Last Sacrifice by Rochelle Mead, the last book in the Vampire Academy series, and I'm almost halfway through it. So, yeah, but we're going to get started with our next sprint. You're just in time to get through this next sprint, which is going to be 35 minutes. Got a lo-fi little video here playing for some ambient music. I keep wanting to say ambient. It's not ambience. It's ambient. The environment is ambiance. Ambient. There we go. So we're going to get started with this next sprint. I will see you guys in about 35 minutes. Have fun. Good luck. Happy reading. Okay, folks, that is 35 minutes of reading. Good job. Tell me how you guys did that time. I got through, I think, an entire chapter, took Oscar outside super quick because he needed to go potty. Came back in and then read an entire other chapter. I don't know how many pages it was, but you know. 52% of first impressions by Margaret Adam Adetamihin. I've never heard of it. Wow. Okay. Cool. Hope you like it. That's awesome. I have reached 47% of the way through this according to my Libby app for the audiobook for this. I definitely think I'm going to get through, like, I would be surprised if the next sprint is more than 30 minutes if I don't reach 50%. Like, that was my goal for tonight, was to get through, like, at least 50% of the book, and then tomorrow try to finish it either during or just after the sprints that that Princess is going to do. Oh, you didn't hear any of the music? I'm so sorry. Destiny, can you hear it at all? Or is it not playing at all? I don't know whether or not. Let me see if I can. Read 15 pages and got the baby down to bed. Yay! My baby is napping once again at my feet because I have got him in the office because my husband decided to go to bed. So, yeah, can you guys not hear the music playing? I'm so sorry if you can't. I wish somebody would have told me if that was the case. Oh, goodness. I'm so sorry. I really hope that you guys can hear it. I don't know. I don't know how I can fix that if I can. That's upsetting. I know, like, on Twitch you'd be able to hear it because couldn't hear it either. I could earlier, but not the last couple times. Okay, so that might be. Didn't even think about it. Okay, so if you could hear it earlier, it may be that the music itself is a little low. So you may have to bump up your guys' volumes depending on where they are currently. Because if you're at max volume and you can't hear it, then that's, I don't know what to say about that. But if you're at a lower volume, I do think that this particular video that there is on YouTube, there are points where the music is a little quieter. Because I'm at max volume of this video itself. So maybe try that, see if it works. I will just apologize right now if the timer going off scares you. But if you want to hear it, at least, it doesn't have to be here. Like, I just thought it would be nice to maybe have something to listen to in the background. So if it's not really doing anything for you guys, like if you can't hear it, you're at max volume, you can hear it. Okay. Okay, so I don't know. I mean, we don't have to use the lo-fi music. I just thought it would be nice for, like, some ambient sound. So we can get rid of it if we want, but, you know, it's whatever. Sorry, my brain, like, all of a sudden is, like, short-circuiting. Yeah. We can do that, and then I can just have the timer going on. Like, it's not a big deal at all. I have no issue with that whatsoever. And honestly, the headset that I have to use the battery's dying anyway, so it might be a better idea for me to just get rid of this and then just switch it with the timer instead. So we can do that. Couldn't hear it, just thought I'd let you know, no biggie. No, I appreciate that. That is what I would hope, people would tell me, that's what I hope you guys let me know of, is if something's not working, I want to know, because I don't want to just be partying here by myself, enjoying the music, and y'all not be able to hear it. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. Meant to say you couldn't hear it at max volume. Okay, I was going to say, I was a little confused by that, but I assumed that you meant you couldn't actually hear it. So that's that's fine. No biggie. We will use the timer by itself. If you guys can't hear it, there's no sense in me trying to play it because I just wanted it to be for you guys more so than anything. So do not worry. Y'all are good. I do recommend, though, if you have not listened to lo-fi music while reading, I would highly recommend it just because it's very calming. It's very soothing, especially if you find stuff that, like, either speaks to you about what book you're reading. Like, if you're reading, like, a dark academia book or some kind, there's all kinds of, like, lo-fi playlists and music that are, like, very classical inspired for dark academia books. I kind of just pick whatever like has images that look pretty and the music's just really soothing and kind of just chill, relax, that kind of thing. So there's that. But now we'll just use the timers. It's no big deal. We'll do it. We'll take care of it. It's not a big deal at all. I love it. I know I love lo-fi. It is so calming. I've only had one glass of these, I swear. This is glass number 2. But you know, it's Saturday night. I get to hang out. And we'll be here for like another more than an hour. So why not enjoy my drinks? I've also just had a really good day, so I feel like I deserve a couple drinks. And my puppy's being so cute. I don't even want to pick him up because he's sleeping. I'm sleeping. Him's tired, boy. He's had a very big couple days. Okay, so let me go ahead and do my next roll for you guys so we can start right promptly at the 45-minute mark. How about it? Oh, y'all got lucky. I thought it was going to roll for a 12, but that time we landed on an 8. So we're going to have a nice 40-minute sprint. That'll put us at the 20-minute mark. That should, no, 25-minute mark. Math. Apparently I can't count or do math at all. Story of my life. I'm an English major, not a mathematician. That's my excuse. So let me pull up a 40-minute timer. Here we go. All right. So, yeah, I don't have much to really share with you guys. I mean, I feel like genuinely my life has kind of just been the same thing day in, day out. But if you guys have any questions for me, you know, feel free to ask. I don't have a lot to share just because like I said, I feel like my life is pretty much the same all the time, but this is just what I like to do. I just like to hang out and just be like, hey, hi, let's read. Let's have a good time. You know, that kind of thing. So anyway, let's get started with our next sprint. We're going to do 40 minutes. I will see you guys in 40 minutes. A go. Okay, everybody, that's been 40 minutes. All right, I'm going to go through some of the comments that came in. So, what am I reading? I am currently reading Last Sacrifice by Rochelle Mead. This is the final book in the Vampire Academy series. I've been doing a reread / finish series of this because I read the first 3 books, I think in like my early college years a few years ago, and I never finished it. So I decided to undertake a reread of the first 3 books and then ultimately finish the series. I'm now about 57% of the way through this. So I am really liking it. I actually like this series a lot more than I think I had anticipated because of the fact that I know that it's very YA in terms of like, especially the first book, some of the ways that like the main character is presented, but I honestly genuinely feel like this is a series that gets so much better over the course of the series. Like each book just gets better, and the overall plot of the entire world and what's been going on and how things connect to the very first book, especially in this one, it's amazing. Like I think it's a very underrated series in terms of YA because like everyone only sees it for the first book, right? And I think that if people read the entire series, they actually would probably enjoy it a lot more. Just my personal opinion. Hello, Mia's Reads 28. Just got here from a Valentine party. We are going to be only on for about another half hour. I had started this about 8 p.m. my time. I'm in Eastern Standard Time, so it is about almost 11:30 at night right now, and I usually do sprints for about 4 hours of the day on Saturday. I am debating currently continuing doing these at 8 p.m. as opposed to what I was doing before, which was doing sprints at 1 p.m. like in the afternoon. The last time I did this, which was last weekend, a lot of people really seemed to like the 8 p.m. sprints, so I thought I would do it again to see if there was as much interest. And it seems like that is the best for a lot of people to have like an evening one. So I may continue doing these around 8 p.m. every Saturday, which if you want to be sure that, you're notified of when they come in, if you would like to make sure that you have a designated reading time every Saturday, come join the flock. Come join the little owlet flock that we have here. I would greatly appreciate it. Destiny, I'm sure you've already gone by now, but yeah, it's definitely very late for a lot of people, so I don't blame you. Screwed up my status last sprint. I was at 32%. Now I'm at 36. Okay, no worries. Read and watched a bit of the Son of Sam series on Netflix. I've heard that that's really good. The Son of Sam is like one of those like true crime things I really want to get into. I find that he, in a lot of ways, is, I don't know, like there's something about true crime in general, like everything having to do with the serial killers. I'm just like a serial killer junkie in terms of like I want to know everything about what's gone on, like with him. I did a lot of research for a while on oh God, what's his name? Charles Manson, not Chris Manson, Charles Manson. I did a lot of research on him several years ago, mind you, because I actually had a fiction piece that I wrote for a class I was in college for that was inspired by the idea of Charles Manson. So I'm trying to remember what book we had read at the time that was, oh, no, I remember now. Yeah, I love true crime. Seriously, it is like, it's one of like, not necessarily a guilty pleasure, but it is definitely something that like, I feel like I don't talk a lot about for some reason. I don't know. But I remember the book that we were reading. So I took a class when I was in college, and it was basically a class where we read a lot of 20th century pieces from mostly the US and in like England. And oh, you've been subscribed for about a month. Oh, I appreciate it so much. That means the world to me. I'm sorry that you haven't been able to get on before, but you know what? If 8 p.m. seems to work, I think that that's going to be what I'm going to do from now on. So anyway, the class I was taking basically was a class where we were reading, like I said, a lot of 20th century pieces. Stuff like Sherlock Holmes. We were reading the one in particular that I'm referencing for this story is The Island of Dr. Moreau by H.G. Wells. And actually, funny enough, the concept of this story actually, I think in a lot of ways, I don't know if it was ever broadcasted this way for this video game, but if you guys have ever heard of the horror game Amnesia, The Dark Descent, the monsters that are involved in that game are very much inspired, I think in a lot of ways, by the island of Dr. Moreau, because that is about an island where this guy basically gets shipwrecked on there. And he meets this crew of people who've been basically experimenting on the wildlife that are there. And they've basically been combining the dying animals and also dying humans that they might have like on the island, and essentially combining their bodies and bringing them back to life. So if you've ever seen the video game Amnesia, The Dark Descent, and you know the monsters, at least the main monster that's involved in it, it's very similar in a lot of ways to how that is, it's kind of portrayed in The Island of Dr. Moreau. There's a scene in The Island of Dr. Moreau, though, where essentially the main character is a human, and he comes across the civilization of all of the basically amalgamations of animals and humans. Like there's a whole community of them. And his job essentially is to go and infiltrate them and essentially kind of bring them down, because they've created a society that is trying to overthrow the scientific community that's there, the people that have been doing the experimenting and stuff. So there's a scene where essentially they're holding what looks like some kind of a council of some sort, and the main guy that is running this like community of these amalgamations, he basically outs another one for going behind their back, doing something essentially that's going to bring them to ruin. And so essentially the story I came up with, because I was able to take any of the stories we were reading and reinterpret them and do kind of a retelling of sorts with them, was to essentially take the idea of Charles Manson and the actual story of one of the women who had basically defected from that family, and essentially kind of create a story of how she was able to escape. And it's not, at all accurate of what the actual story is, but it was kind of a way for me to be able to figure out, okay, so how did I want to do this retelling? And my teacher loved it. Like, he really liked the idea of me taking the Island of Dr. Moreau scene and transposing it into a little bit more of a historical fiction side, where it was surrounding around an actual real life cult that was similar in a lot of ways in the way that the cult followed the group in the Island of Dr. Moreau was, and basically creating a story out of it. Because how many times do you read a true crime story and almost want something from one of the victims or one of the people that are brainwashed into like a cult, for instance, and you want to know, you want some kind of a story that follows that. That was kind of the idea that I had going into that. So very obsessed with true crime because of that. Like, I love that, digging into the history and, really understanding what exactly happens with just, I think in general, like what happened with those people, especially the ones that are like involved in cults. Like, how do they get to where they are? How do they become so in power? Which it all leads down to very charismatic personalities. Any cult leader that you find, they're very charismatic. There's some people who are like just able to draw in all kinds of people. It's kind of bonkers, but it's what happens. And in a lot of ways, you still see that with certain groups of people, that there are people who are very charismatic. Even if they're not like necessarily like in a cult, you could highly suggest that there is something involving a cult like it's like they have a cult-like following because they're very charismatic people. A lot of celebrities, you'll say it like they have a cult-like following because they have very, very well-established fan bases, and they provide a kind of charismatic presence. Sorry, I have to burp. Oh, excuse me. Wine burps, never fun. Sorry. What? It's late. I'm tired. I've had some alcohol. My brain's going a mile a minute, it feels like. But yeah, that's a little bit about like something I like to do. I think that it's never something I would like put out to like people to read. I only did it for a class, but it was really fun to go through and do that like digging. So stuff like the Son of Sam series, like it's right up my alley. Like kind of a guilty pleasure because I don't do it nearly as often as I think I watch other stuff. But like if I'm going to like have a mood where I want to do a deep dive into something, that is what I'm going to do, is with true crime stuff. Totally enjoy a complete story with true crime. Multiple POV is critical to the entire backstory. Oh, so much agree. So much agree. Like one of my favorite, I think, original true crime stories is In Cold Blood by Truman Capote. If you've never read it, I mean, granted, Truman Capote by himself was not like a great guy. He was kind of a jerk in some ways, and he was known for basically stealing the idea of In Cold Blood from his writing partner at the time, who was Harper Lee, who wrote the book To Kill a Mockingbird. That's neither here nor there. There's a whole thing with that. But the idea of In Cold Blood was it's basically one of the first true crime novels because it literally is an account from multiple perspectives, multiple angles of a murder that happened that like completely disrupted an entire town. A small town, mind you, but a lot of times in small towns, murders that are of the level that this was done, where it was kind of like a home invasion and murder, especially back in like the 60s, was like, really unheard of. And when especially like it was in a small town, it was something where like it would rock them like for years. And so In Cold Blood is basically Truman Capote having had not only interviewed the police force that was involved, the families, but he also had talked to the actual criminals, the two men that had actually done the crime, and like what they had done leading up to it, what they had done, during the murder, those kinds of things. Keep in mind, it is older. It is, like I said, from like the 1960s. Truman Capote by himself, while he might have been a pretty good writer, I think in terms of bringing about the true crime area of like writing, not really a good guy by any means. He did a lot of really, really bad stuff. Like I said, if you look into the history of this book, because I read this book when I was in high school, and we learned a lot about him and what he actually did with this book. He basically worked with the author, like I said, Harper Lee, who wrote To Kill a Mockingbird, the classic story. He worked with her on this project. They were, in tandem together working on this while she was also working on To Kill a Mockingbird. And he essentially had taken over the project on his own and like completely erased her name from it. So keep that in mind going into it, that a lot of the work that was gone into this was not just him. And I want to make that very clear, because I hate the fact that he is so popular because he literally stepped all over his friend to get to where he was. But that story by itself, the publication of In Cold Blood, it is, I think, one of the very first true crime stories. Because we've had mystery and crime stories in fiction for years, but true crime was not really a thing unless it was in the newspaper. You wouldn't see much going into true crime unless it was a newspaper article of something happening. This was like the first actual publicized book, especially of a crime, a real actual crime that had happened to a very, very small town. That was devastating. I highly recommend it though, because I think especially if you're going to look into like true crime stories, it's one to start with because it's like one of the first. Already on my TBR and Goodreads, I didn't know it, have over 1,300 books on your TBR. I don't even want to tell you how many books total I have between my personal library of all my physical books, my ebooks, and all my audiobooks. I don't want to get into that, but good Lord, yeah. TBR wise, I think that mine is, it's definitely smaller than that. I would say it's probably though around 1,000 books. Because they're all ones that like either I read when I was younger and just want to have as like a collection of sorts. But then there's so many that like have recently come out, for instance, that like I really, really want. But I'm on a book buying ban and I can't have it. Yeah, the Goodreads TBR, good Lord. Like that's a lot. But I also am like, hey, good for you. That's awesome. I'm glad that you have a lot that you can read. And hopefully a lot of it you can get, if not like buying it yourself, you can get from like your library, because libraries are great resources too. I love them. They're very good places. I just happen to have a lot that I've accumulated over the last several years of my life that I need to whittle down. And if I borrow anything from the library, it's an audiobook anymore, just because I don't want to accidentally forget a physical book in my mess of physical books of my own. That's just me. Because I will forget. I will forget that it is here. If it's not an audiobook that I can just digitally like send back. I don't know if that's just me, but okay, so I think we're going to get into our last sprint here in the next few minutes. I apologize to everybody who may be coming in that this is like the last one you're getting in on. I really am sorry. I started way, way earlier, and I'm sorry you couldn't get here till now. But don't worry. I do reading sprints every weekend. I may be doing more on my Twitch. It depends on what exactly goes on, because I was doing reading sprints for about almost a full week. Or no, I did 3 streams in a row where I did reading sprints because I had nothing else I wanted to do. This week, it's going to be different because I actually have something I want to play this coming week. But if you want to be able to get involved with more reading sprints over the course of your time, definitely like just make sure that you keep up to date with my YouTube and my Twitch, because I will be probably doing sprints somewhere around there. Have an Audible list, Scribd list, library, TBR, etc. It's endless. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get that. The joys of being a bookworm and having a limited budget is you make a lot of lists. So let's see what we're going to end up getting for this last sprint. Now, this could be anything, so keep in mind, we could go past midnight my time. This is the last sprint, so however long it is, it's going to be the last one, okay? Okay, so it's not going to be too bad. But we did get a 6, which means we're going to have a half-hour sprint, okay? Nice half-hour one. We've had some pretty good ones. We haven't had anything more than 40 minutes today, which is actually not too bad. I think that that's a good, pretty reasonable sprint time. So half an hour, though. We'll start in the next minute. And I'm going to get my timer ready. And I can tell like I'm getting tired because my voice is getting very scratchy. I don't know if any of you guys that have been here the whole night have heard that. It's starting to get scratchy because I'm tired. So I'll be able to finish my glass of wine. I have a puppy sleeping at my feet that I don't want to bother because he's super cute and he's all snuggly and cozy. But I've also met my goal for the day, which was to get at least halfway through this. So I'll probably get through about 60% of this book by the end of it. Honestly, it's super easy. Okay? Like, it's just rolling a 12-sided die. It's super simple. It takes out the control. It takes out the guesswork of trying to figure out how long people want to sprint, and I just make it a point where the first sprint is no longer than 30 minutes to give everybody a good warm-up. And then from there, it's all bets are off, except we do not do 5-minute sprints here. I think that that's silly. I will do 5-minute sprints on my Twitch channel because most people aren't familiar with like the sprint idea. So 5 minutes of like focus time is good for them because like they can understand that concept kind of idea. So there's that. But let's get started, everybody. Let's get started, shall we? Oh, good Lord. I need to go to bed soon. I need to go to bed. But we're going to go through this first. So 30 minutes of reading. Enjoy the last full sprint for this evening. Good. I don't know what else to say. Good luck. Have fun. Go. Okay, folks, that is the end of the final sprint. Great job. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Thrifty, let me see what you said. At 39% now, I'm so pleased with my reading today. I finished one book and made a decent dent in this one. Yay! I'm so happy for you. That's amazing. I also got through a large chunk of my book. I went from I basically read like 40% of my book during sprints because the audiobook that I've been listening to, I was listening on 3 times speed since the book itself is really fast to fly through. So 3 times speed made sense for me in terms of getting through that. But I hope everyone had a good time here tonight. Again, I'm sorry to those of you that joined in on our last sprint. I hope, though, that you'll come back for other reading sprints I'll be doing. And anyone that might be here that is not already subscribed, please feel free to do so. I will be doing reading sprints every Saturday. I think I'm going to start doing them at 8 p.m. just because I think that makes the most sense for my life right now, where like Saturdays I usually have stuff going on during the day. And then the evenings are usually pretty open. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do from now on. So that's going to be something to keep in mind about. And also be sure to check out my Twitch because I will also likely be doing productivity, reading, writing, whatever you want to do, sprints, basically every now and then. This week, I'm actually not going to be doing that because I'm going to be getting involved with doing some stuff with The Sims 4. But if you like The Sims 4 and like watching people play it, come join me. Come say hello. I stream every Tuesday and Thursday. My username is literally just The Curious Owl. Super easy to find if you're interested at all. And, you'll be able to come hang out with me a couple times a week. So anyway, hope you guys all had a good time. I am going to go to bed because it is very late for me. It is going on 12:20 in the morning. I need some sleep. And I have a very sleepy puppy down here who needs to go outside and then go to bed. But I'm going to get him. Come here, Bubba. Come here, baby. Oh. Come here. Oh, goodness. Oh, no. I can't get hold of him. Oh, there we go. There. He's so sleepy. Okay, guys. Oscar and I are going to sign off for the night. We're going to go take him outside, and then we're going to go to bed. So, you say goodbye? You say bye-bye, Bubba? Oh, thank you. Thank you for kiss. Oh, big yawn. Okay, everybody. Hope you guys have a good rest of your night and a wonderful rest of your weekend. We'll see you guys later. Goodbye.